Okay, good morning again, I think. What a giant pain in the ass. Yeah, so sorry about that. What a giant pain in the ass. I don't know what to say. That happened on Friday. I guess I guess I'm streaming. I guess everything's okay. Uh, the stream is moving. So now, oh boy. Wow. Uh, hmm. Wow, this really sucks, the big one. I'm sorry about that. Bigger pain in the ass for me than anybody else. All right, so we are, what the hell am I doing now? I don't even know. Here is our rules that's trading. Let's have a look at what's going on over yonder here. There's pretty much one direction this context is heading, isn't it? These guys are so excited over here, they just can't hide it. Remember, there's a 64% probability that we will close the gap. What's Blue Boy doing? Asleep, I'm sure. There we go. Yeah. Well, that's a real disappointment. That's twice now that's happened. And I've got to see what the hell is the matter there. I'm afraid it's the router. I thought it was OBS, but what I have done now is immediately thrown up open Wi-Fi. Typically, I'm on a Cat 7 hardwired. Cat 8, I guess it is. And I quickly opened a Wi-Fi. I didn't do it quick enough to have OBS reconnect. That was a real bummer. I've got to be switched on for that. So I'm thinking that there's something wrong with the router because it happened on Friday also. And obviously, it's got to just be the NIC portion of the 2.5 gigabits, because that is the hardwire output directly to the trade machine. Oh, if it isn't one thing, it's another, boys and girls. You got UPSs and multiple screens and multiple this and multiple that, and what happened? Stupidity reigns supreme. Okay, let's get back to normal now, maybe. Our IB is set. We've traded higher. We still do not have a signal. I don't think. No. We did, if you notice this IB here, this would be by definition the IB statistic. However, from the trade rules point of view here, it is not, because this previous candle didn't meet the requirements. It should have had a lower, the open should be lower than the close, and the high should be less than the IB, which it is. The only difference is the open and the close relationship. Okay, so there would have been the A. Then we have the B, but no trigger. So still no trade. There you go. Is that a pisser? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. How do you do? Thanks for coming back. If it ain't one thing, it's 10, eh? It does always bring home a point, though. I think I brought this up on Friday. All the money and time and hoopla we go through. And it's all dependent on one thing, right? It's all dependent on that internet connection. At one point in Kuala Lumpur, when I was trading over there, I had two separate internet connections, one fiber optic and one normal hardwire from two separate providers. Gone that goofy here, but maybe. I think this is a hardware problem. I think it's the AT&T. Well, I have AT&T fiber optic. I think it's the router because, or the gateway, because it happened on Friday. It happened again now, and I'm now streaming on that same internet connection, but only on Wi-Fi, which I normally always have off. Had I been quick on the draw, I would have fired the Wi-Fi up when I saw OBS trying to connect, and the stream would not have dropped. So that's my fault. It happens, right? I'm so sick of it. This is the kind of stuff you need to be aware of when you're trading, you know, and do not let it throw you on tilt. Which it can certainly do. Me, anyway. Yeah, disappointing. I'm so sorry for that. I'm gonna have to Google about it or do something. Go see those AT&T boys, maybe. Hmm. Okay. Just a quick catch up here, I guess. My router took a dump, I guess, and now I'm on a Wi-Fi, which is spooky. I never do that. I have fiber optic and then a 2.5 gig AT&T. It was supposed to be higher than that, but one guy said, "Oh, we don't have that yet," which I thought was kind of interesting. But it dropped. It did the same thing on Friday. It'd be interesting to know what time. I don't, and I'll be the first to say I don't know if it is the fact that just the 2.5 gig NIC that I'm using drops below and then it drops out. I don't know, because Friday, as I have done today, I jumped on the Wi-Fi. I didn't do it quick enough today to save the OBS in the stream, but anyway, I got on the Wi-Fi, and it's the same. It's the same gateway. It's the same, fiber optic connection. The same gateway. The same everything else. It's just a different. Instead of it's the highest throughput NIC in the back there of the gateway. I guess it's NIC. Oh, trading fun, the joy of trading. So let's take a run through the roses, I guess, here and see what the hell is up. Bookmap. Should be absolutely no question what context is. We have taken the initial balance statistic. However, it did not meet the criteria for my backtesting or my trading rule. These are 2 levels, or 4 levels actually, that are pushed to my Bookmap from my trading chart over here. They represent these 2 and these 2 and these 2 and these 2 right here. And yeah, so there's that. Here is the here's our session so far for both ES and NASDAQ. The micro composite, there's our gap open. We're still, we're still playing the gap. Haven't even thought about looking back at it. What's happened in random craziness mode here? Oh, Jesus God. Oh, okay, he's just greeting look at these 2 fellas here. Rubio, whatever this guy's name is, the defense guy, Fox News guy. Okay, so he's welcoming the Australian PM, and that will be high probability of random risk, because anytime that there's a microphone or a camera, we don't know, and that's why it's not, I don't make any political statements here, but I'm stating a fact. With this environment that we're in, especially under circumstances like this, you need to be real cautious about how much exposure you put, risk your account to the market when there is something we have no idea what may happen. And if you think I'm full of shit, I'd like to point out Friday. 10 o'clock in the morning tweet, unsubstantiated by any kind of facts or evidence or corroboration by other news sources or by anything else, and turns out was not true and was basically walked back by both Dissent and Navarro and whoever, including finally Trump at the end of the week. But point is, I don't care about any of that. The point is, that's 220, well, what is it? It's 227.75 points, handles on the ES sell-off based on a tweet. Therefore, that's a real big unknown critical risk. There you are. Not political, fact. I don't know how else to put it so it's not abrasive or confrontational to those who, who are staunch Trump. I think anybody, even a staunch Trump supporter, a MAGA person or whatever, if they're, well, I mean, it's the fact. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he puts a tweet out on his social thing, and that happened. Can anybody argue with that? I don't think so. I mean, if I'm missing something, put something in the chat there or whatever and let me know. But I think that I'm accurate. I think I'm accurately understanding that. And here we go. Well, we don't have an IB high yet because of the wonderful things it does. We also don't have an IB failure yet because of the wonderful things it does. We don't have any A signal here anywhere. See that? And I've explained a bunch of times why this was not one, right wherever it went. Right here. And we still don't have, for the same reasons. Now, my thinking, if you care, my thinking for why I've coded it this way is, if I want a possibility of an IB continuation, I want price to be coming up from the bottom. I think. So, and we'll see. And like I said before, I can certainly reevaluate those rules and do what ifs to see how it impacts the backtest. But that is not anything that you do during the live trading session, unless you want to just, shut off the live stuff and go mess with the backtest, which is perfectly fine if that's what you're doing. But that doesn't work so swimmingly with the stream. This is the risk neutral trading. I guess I should say that all over again. Since the stream dropped off, this is my virtual trading journal. It's not for financial or trade advice, blah, 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 blah. Read the disclaimer. Irritating. This is just a new stream continuation of the previous one, because I guess what I need to do now is be Johnny on the spot to fire off whenever I see one drop off, fire off the Wi-Fi, I guess. Now, what I'm talking about with all of this is right here. These are the trading rules for the backtesting, the trading system for the initial balance. And unlike, Bookmap with multi-brackets or something, you have to code each group of rules for both the IB long and short, for the IB failures and continuations, etc. And that's all done in here. And how this works is, here's 20 days. Well, let's make it something meaningful. Let's make it 100 days. That's not even, 100 days is not considered to be statistically significant, actually. Needs to be way back. I normally do 500, but let's just go for here now. Oh, what the hell? What, everything else is upside down. 500 days. I'm going to look back over 500 days, 2 contracts, this session, ES, and yes, there was not an ESZ 500 days ago, but it looks at the continuous contract. Okay, I agree with that. Here are the reports I want. Okie dokie. Now, when I hit backtest, it's going to go through each day, starting 500 days ago, each 1 minute bar in each day 500 days ago, and run and evaluate each rule. I don't know if you tried to do that manually. I guess, maybe if you start when you're a kid, you could finish up before you died. I don't know, but it would take forever. And I don't plan to live older than Methuselah, so I don't have that luxury. So let's backtest it, shall we? You ready? Uh-oh. What happened? Boop. 493 days, 706 trades, took 5 seconds to evaluate each rule, every one of these rules over each 1 minute bar. Isn't that amazing? I still am quite pleased by it all. So there we have that. And the next one is this one over here. Come on. Okay, now I know very well that this is an error. It should be $750. And I know why it says that, because it is the 1st of May, 2024. For some reason, that is an IB failure trade that entered properly the T1 scale is hit. And rather than the T2, it holds on until the end of day marker, which is the end of day rule, which is down here. You know, would have been a pleasant surprise, I guess, but that's not what I'm here to do, is be surprised or lie to myself. So if I want to look at these values and totals, I would deduct this and make it $750. But fortunately, it has a average winner and an average loser, which if you know anything about it, calculating your expectancy, you'll know that that's the largest of each is meaningless. It's the average that you use for expectancy. And this is the win rate, or the loss rate, which is, in my opinion, most important, because that accurately represents the stop for two contracts. This is trading the risk neutral 2-lot package, which I've coded up in the pre-market on the other stream. Jesus, what a pain. Yeah. Okay, so now what I've done here, just for fun, because I wanted to have it be more transparent, I made this little sheet here. So it's 500 days. There's 706 trades. There's 250 winners. There's 213 losers. There's the average winner, and there's the average loser, and there's our stats. There's 243 scratches. There's a 52.62% win rate, 47.38 loss rate. Expectancy is $252.21. The profit factor is 1.17, and it's 1.42 trades a day. Boop. And I will say I'm doing something here that I'm not exactly clear about. I want to talk to Rod and kind of I've seen Google stuff both ways. IRT, first of all, this report is not set up to look at multiple scale outs, multiple exits or entries. It's basically all in, all out. That's how it was coded up, simply. Well, there's 706 trades. Okay. Now, there's the winners and there's the losers. So my logic is that winners plus losers, 463 trades, or 706 trades minus 463 trades is 243 scratches, meaning that there's one win and there's one loss for every one of these 243 trades, because they're scratch, right? And a scratch is you hit T1 and then it goes back to the stop. That's how the code works, the rules. So I use that to calculate the win rate and loss rate this way. And I'm not sure, because if you don't do that, if you just look at the 250 winning trades against 706 total trades, that's a 35% win rate for profitability. If you take out the scratches and attribute one win scratch, one win per scratch and one loss per scratch, which is exactly correct in my opinion, then you have a 52.62% win rate. Yeah, yeah, pretty good post office. I don't know. So that's how the backtest story works. And if you, something else I forgot to do. And on top of everything else, if you go like this right here, you can look at each and every trade and exactly what happened. Triggers, T1, T2, blah, blah, blah. So there you go. That's how you do a backtest accurately. And now let's do this and get back to that. See the start of the day, the doodly-doo, and here we go. We don't have an A yet, so, I got nothing to do here, boys and girls. Yeah, I could just start, winging it and doing this and doing that, but that's not the point, is it? No, it's not. So there we go. As I said, fortunately, I don't have a self-control problem. I don't, click that mouse like I'm killing snakes. I will say that, let me just make a statement about this right now. Here, maybe I can do that. What are we in? We're in 20 seconds. Jesus, this is complicated now. Changing these stamps around to do with this. With the split stream. Your monkey mind is really a big deal. Whether you're an evolutionist or a creationist or an atheist or who the hell knows whatist, I don't care. I think everybody, I may be wrong, and you can put something in the chat, but I may be wrong. I think every one of those, how it all started, people agree that it started a long time ago. It didn't happen last Thursday, right? So over the course of those thousands of years that this, Homo sapien has been evolving or adapting or whatever, a lot of things were cooked into our wiring and into our DNA by virtue of the fact that if one of our ancestors way back when saw the grass wiggle and they walked over and kicked the grass, they liable to end up somebody's lunch. Meaning they didn't pass that DNA on down the line and end up in you or me. Now, if that person saw the grass wiggle and they ran behind a bush and looked over there to see what was in the grass, they likely survived, passed down their DNA, and that's how evolution, selective adaptation, selective breeding all happens. That's how Cocker Spaniels are Cocker Spaniels, and Herefords are Herefords, and quarter horses are quarter horses. That's how it works. Okay? So all of that is baked in there in our DNA. And if you think you're ever going to eliminate FOMO or all of these feelings that kept us alive from way back then, fear of missing out, FOMO, which is FOMO, or desire to win or desire to be right, never going to happen. And you're a fool for, well, I shouldn't say you're a fool, but you are setting yourself up for failure to think you can eliminate those things. What you have to do, in my opinion, is be aware. Be continually aware of your emotional state and be aware of you while you're trading. Am I disappointed that I didn't get this signal back over here and be in an A, even though now I would have come down to get a trigger here and gone long and been long up through here? Am I disappointed about all that? Yeah. Did I react to FOMO and just discretion in and hit it anyhow? Nope. Would I ever? Nope. Because I'm aware of that, and I know enough to go, oh, hello there, Mr. FOMO. Or as Tom over there, he euphemistically refers to it as Hyde, right? Jekyll and Hyde. No, no, I didn't do that, and I'm not going to do that. So there you go. Do I overtrade? Nope. For me, this is probably not very nice, but as far as I'm concerned, it's, be an adult. Think of all the things that you do because you are grown up now, or that you don't do because you're grown up now, because that's not the proper way to react. Well, over trading and, just randomly, impulsively clicking the mouse, or, oh God, I don't know why I entered that. That's all ridiculous crap if you're an adult. Of course, there are psychologists and people that'll spend all kind of time and take all your money telling you how they're going to cure this and what a serious issue it is and how important this is to your trading and all that stuff. And psychology is important to your trading. But remember, they're making their living selling books or courses. Brett Steenbacher's a smart guy. He gets paid big money from SMB. He writes books. He gives courses. He gives webinars, whatever. That's how he makes a living. Maybe he can trade. Maybe he can't. I don't know. But the point remains, you will eliminate a whole bunch of your problems or your potential, what you perceive to be psychological issues. Just act like an adult. Do you go to the bathroom in your pants? I don't. I'm an adult. Do you? I'll bet you don't. You don't overtrade either. I look at it just that matter of fact and just that simple. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, so I look at things kind of different, But to me, that's it. And it's a pleasure, I'm going to feel FOMO, but I'm not going to react to it because I'm an adult and I don't do that. If that doesn't work for you, and you want to do something else, that's good too. I'm just, remember, this is my stream and I'm talking to myself out loud. And the reason for this, let me just continue here in my soapbox in a minute. I firmly believe that our subconscious mind listens very closely to what we tell it, especially what we verbalize out loud. That's really important. You tell yourself that you overtrade, that you can't control yourself, that you're a loser, whatever else. Your subconscious mind goes, okay, we're going to be a loser that can't control himself. I believe that's the case. So I'm not. I'm a successful trader that's developing a trading business, which is consistently profitable and which I will rely on for my business, my livelihood. I don't overtrade because it's serious. I stick to my rules. Now, once again, do I need to change the rules around this first bar? Maybe. But the way to do that is definitely not now in the live trading session. It is to change the rule. Where the hell the rule went. Change the rule. And then backtest it and see how that affects the outcome. That's approaching it as logically as a business, in my opinion. So, and opinions are like butts, right? Everybody's got one and yours stinks. So there you go. All right. Enough of that. Well, there we go. I'm going to fire off the music now, or try to. Forgot about that. Sorry. Trump is having a microphone camera moment. So would I be absolutely leery of anything? Yes, sirree, Bobby. And, if you don't think that that's a valid point of view, go back in your charts and look at Friday and tell me what you think about that. Okay, I got the Mookie going now. And we're all really different, right? Let me also say that. I have just described how I feel and my position and how I approach the market. I was just having a chat with a guy when the stream started earlier this morning with a couple fellas in the risk neutral Discord about, I don't know, one of these, I don't know what to do. I can't overtrade. I know the guy. He's has a very successful career in medicine. adult, grown children. For some reason, he continues to tell himself he can't do that. And I've told him every which way I can what I just got through saying here. But we're all completely different, you know. I told him, get yourself a thing of OBS, watch your own trading, and narrate it to yourself. Stay the hell out of the chat rooms. To me, that's a big it dilutes my focus and my concentration. I don't even have this office is silent. Like the music, which I just put on for benefit and whatever else, I think it's nicer for the stream. I don't hear that. I don't have any speakers in here. If I want to hear that music or hear what I'm saying here on the stream, I have to put my headset on. And I don't do that through the day because and just as I want to remain completely focused in why I do the stream with the narration, I don't hang out in the chat rooms and do this and do that and listen to what this guy says and that guy says and something else, you know? So that's me. And other people do and are very successful and good for them. That's what makes the world go round. We're all different, right? I think there's some folks nowadays that don't want that to be the case, but anyway. Here we go. We've had another VPOC migration higher now. I am vetting, and I have talked about vetting the initial balance trades, which I'm going to go back over all of that, but hopefully you can review the stream, whatever. There is a setup called the VPOC migration. And it's pretty clear what's happening, isn't it? The VPOC is migrating higher. What does that mean exactly? Well, start back at the definition of the VPOC. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 6770 handle is the place where 7,027 contracts have traded. The minute one of these prices is 7,028, that level line's going to move there. That price is going to move there. That's immaterial. The point is, this was an okay price for everybody to trade. Then this was. Then this was. Then this was. Now this is. What does that say? Tom, I think, probably pretty accurately thinks about it as retail. That's the retail price. That's the price that everybody agrees is a fair price to, or a retail price to buy and sell the S&P 500. And what has that been doing? It's moving up. Now, from the market profile world, value is overlapping higher. Well, in this case, value is higher because there's no overlapping. We never even look back at the gap. But through the day, value is building higher. So, is that a setup I will try to vet next? Maybe. It's certainly the most obvious one, and it's the one that a lot of people seem to start out with because it's so obvious. How can you miss where the yellow line's going, right? However, before I became so methodical about backtesting and stuff, it is the setup that I've traded with the worst results because it is so obvious. How can you possibly miss that move right there? Now what do? It is the parameters would justify the entry that is so important. Do you take along the minute that happens? Well, you just stopped out. Do you wait for it to pull back and then go up through and come back down and not go anywhere? And you're stopped out. And I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm saying it's not the one I'm going to go to next, probably. To vetting, even from a vetting point of view, because I haven't been able to even get my head around the criteria, which is the all-important thing. And what are we doing? Well, we don't have our A yet. How disappointing. Didn't get it again because of the similar situation here. So had we gotten this one, we would have had our trigger now here, and we'd be long. scaled and, you know, thinking how clever we are. I guess. This is one of those kind of a bar setups that Rod and company do frequently. Breakout and retest kind of thing. You know, this is a random environment, and the market's trading higher. What are you gonna do? I don't know any real, you know, oh, this is too high, or that's too low, or recheck of retail, or price check at L3, or all that stuff. I tend to look at this at a little bit different level, I think, when it comes to the narration point of view. This is context. I don't see any potential setups or place that I would look to interact with the market or engage, and so I'm just watching it, you know. I'm not going to try to articulate every tick and what I think is happening, because that's a fool's game. It's a random environment, I think. It's real important to understand the concept of looking back or capturing your data with a statistical significant amount of data, and getting that your back test or your trading mentality out of the random distribution zone. And then being able to properly approach your trade setup and your package accurately. And as I said way back when, sometime or earlier this morning, the most important parameter that you use to determine your stop is the first thing you need to look at is your account risk parameters and rules, right? In the back test over 500 days, I think there's like 7 or 8 consecutive losers in a row. Well, if it's a 2-lot package, that's $300 times 7, it's $2,100 consecutively. There's 8 consecutive winners, so that's a good part. That's a good thing. But you know what I mean? You have to be prepared for random distribution, and that's a fact of life in a random market in this environment, statistically. If you start, having a stroke because you've had 3 losses and it's three stops in a row, and you throw your whole strategy out the window. That's just, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You should have done your back test and your statistics to the point that this outcome is within my, or these results are within my outcomes. So this is within my statistical setup. If you get up to more than, say, 7 or whatever it was, I forget, 7 or 8 consecutive losses in a row, you need to worry. Then you need to start wondering if the market has changed or what's happened. But you don't take 4 losses in a row within random distribution and then throw the setup out the window. Could be the most valuable setup anybody ever figured out. But that's, that's the whole concept of looking at it over a statistically significant sample set. And sticking to it. That's another thing that's really important about doing the vetting process. You cannot change. For example, while I'm vetting these IB trades, I cannot change anything. Put the trade on at the rule, and that's that. Can't move the stop, can't move the targets, can't do anything. Because if you did so, that trade could not be included in your statistical or in your statistically significant or meaningful data set that you're going to use to calculate your expectancy and stuff. Think about it logically. If I want to know how many times I achieve T1 over 500 trades, well, T1's got to be the same every time. They are. And approach it as professionally as you can, and this stupid stuff like win-loss and the win rate and all that crap you see on YouTube all the time. It's just completely ridiculous. Meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. Taken by itself. You can have a win rate of 99% and go broke in 10 trades. If your risk reward or your R factor or whatever you want to call it is upside down. Now, you use win rate to calculate your expectancy. So it is valuable metric, but these guys on YouTube and all these look back rearview mirror guys that are, my win rate of this and that, this setup has, yeah, so what? So what? And on the other side of the coin, if you have a 3-to-1 R value or R ratio or risk to reward ratio, you can be profitable with a 30% win rate. I'm pretty sure I'm right with that one, but yeah, okay, maybe that's a scratch, but what I'm getting at. If your win and it has to be realistic within the parameters of the market and the volatility. You can't say, well, okay, I'm going to have a risk reward ratio of 1 to 500. Well, you're never going to get to 500. Now, you could try that, but you know what I'm saying. It's got to be reasonable. You have to be an adult about it. But my risk reward ratio on the full 2 profit targets is about 2.5 to 1. So, because I have a 48 tick T2 and the first T1 is 12 ticks, that's 60. So I take 60 ticks, which is $750, and I risk 300. So it's not 3 to 1, but you know that's the way that's set up, and I can't change that now because that's what my data is predicated on historically, and I don't want to start over. And this is just butt stupid here. Somebody said, oh, here we go. Somebody said something. That's absolutely news. No question about it. Absolutely. That's Mr. Microphone. Mr. Microphone in action, in my opinion. I'm talking to the mute microphone, sorry. I'm talking about this had to be This had to be news. And how do you manage that risk? That's the boogaboo of the random risk. You don't know how to manage it. It's based on somebody saying something, and you don't know what that somebody's going to say, whoever that somebody is. And a stop loss. First of all, never in this environment for sure. And I never enter a trade without a full bracket. And even that, hey Richard, even that, twice now, this high data nick on my router's fallen over, I guess, because I switched to Wi-Fi and now everything's okay, but I wasn't quick enough to save OBS in the stream, so I got an hour and a half or 2 hours on the first one, and then it fell over, and pretty much that same thing happened on Friday, so I got to see what's going on with the gateway. Always something. Yeah. What do we got? Nothing. We got nothing. Use extreme caution there, Richard. Agent Orange and the random risk band are performing on stage at the moment. That's what that big dump was, I think. Yeah. I mean, no problem, but all kidding aside, there have been some welcoming the Australian PM, I think it is, to the White House. And of course, the photo op and camera opportunities abound. Ooh. Oh, come on. No signals. Nobody left on third. Nobody cares. Whatever, pick one. Yeah. Yeah. It's and I don't know what's going on here, but this doesn't look very right. That's a pretty low volume here. Gap up and they never look back either. Never even blinked at it. Never blinked. Yeah. Yeah, what a... Jesus. It's so... what I hear from the news, which I try to stay as far away from as I can, is that there's a big... you know, people are starting to go, but wait, this... I'm going broke, and why? And things like... I heard some things from some farmers over the weekend, you know, interviews with Heartland guys who were going, you know, and one of them said, well, I'm struggling and liable to lose everything, and this is just completely stupid. There's no reason for it at all. And I think he's probably right. Yeah, so it's may not end well, I guess. Yeah, well, I'll be in the hold here for a while. Anybody? Everybody. Well, here we go, huh? One thing I think that is maybe not being recognized by people involved in this whole story over here. So the soybean thing, perfect example. Well, China has replaced America with Brazil as a source of soybeans. Same quality, less price. It's not like, oh well, they're going to come back and buy all our stuff. Why would they bother doing that? They've been abused now how many different times? And once the supply chains and those routes break for a long enough period of time that they're reestablished somewhere else, I don't think it'll end well for some of these folks. And they don't seem to, that doesn't seem to be a point that they have grasped yet, I'm afraid. It makes me worried. At this point, even if the rules start to line out, I'm not sure what I would think about it. You know, especially with the Lost Planet Airman at the wheel. You know, oh, I don't know. I truly don't know what to think about that. And that's where your plan or my plan can go screwy, right? All pear-shaped because anybody's, I guess, some random thing can disrupt the auction and, throw everything on tilt. And that's kind of where we're at. No, this sucks. And I suppose it'll go on for a while now because oh, we got an A finally. Well, okay. Finally, we get the A. You see the difference between on this second candle as opposed to wherever the hell it went. Here. This was the problem right here. I don't know what problem, but that's the reason it didn't throw an A, fire an A signal. Now we have that. And what will happen next? I wish I knew exactly how to tell if the squad were still on stage. Oh well. What an I mean, I just don't quite understand the, I don't know. I've always been raised that you catch more flies with sugar than you do vinegar, you know? And this tough guy thing, that stance I find strange. I mean, I don't, it's not a winning strategy for me. Let's put it that way. Well, now we are approaching the B signal. Yeah. I'm pretty torn right now about what to do in this situation. I do not think that I would put a trade on, and it's going to really piss me off. So, excuse me, irritate me if we get the full complement of signals here, and those guys are still jabbering, because I don't trade during reports, and I've talked enough about the potential of random risk. I don't think I'm going to go there, which is really irritating because of the wonderful things it does. Also, bear in mind that we're really close to the VPOC. It's migrated down a couple of dozen times here in the middle of all of this, apparently. So, and just to put a trade on because the rule says to do that, and which is what the system would do, but this is where my discretion would come in. Hey, baby. Where my discretion would come in. And let's be clear, there is no signal. I'm thinking out loud in advance here. Okay, so here we have the A, and here we have trigger, but guess what? There's no B here. We didn't make it. That would have had to get right there. And it did not. They're toying with us, man. It's just toying with my affections here. Oh, yeah. Well, once again, I'm sorry for the confusion with the stream here, but, it happens. What can I say? It's kind of tight consolidation. It's just the market coiling up around. Wondering which way this is going to pop. With Captain Marvel and the squad on the microphone. I will be standing by here. Maybe a good time to go for my midday walk, except I'm really sleepy. All right, so we've got B's on the subject now. I'm busy not watching this, but there we are. So we have an A, now we have a B, and another B, and we need to come down and get a trigger. And then I need to do some real soul searching if I think that it is worth that. It would satisfy the range requirement in that if we get down here and get a trigger, there is more than 3 points to the first obstacle, which is the RBPOC, and that's not to say that we're going to get any of that stuff, but you know, just watching. Just watching. I don't know how much longer to expect the drama to be unfolding at the White House. Either. I saw an interesting thing, I'm not sure. Yeah. Not sure what to think of it all. No, I always do that wrong. Sorry about that. That's static. You see, yeah, I don't do the social media thing or the Discord thing much, as in at all. Hey, Ben, is that you? Okay, so what now? Screwiness reigns supreme here? Is that it? Hey, lucky boy. In the closet there, buddy. I'm sorry. Yeah, you want to get in the closet, go to sleep? I'm sorry. Oh, well. Oh, I think we got a trigger here, and I'm busy reading something about a wire transfer. Did we? Did we? Something's wrong. Something's goofy here. This should be a trigger, and I don't see one. Something's not right. There we go. What the hell is this? I don't want this going on here either. Well, there was a couple of triggers, and I don't know what all this bullshit is, but I don't want that on there, that's for sure. I don't want that. Why is that there? I don't want any of this trade stuff to be going off here unbeknownst to me, if you know what I mean. That was the plotting of the IB long, continuation long, based on the signal. That was the trigger, and up we go. But yeah, not good. This is now I gotta wait for a trigger here. Kind of a bitch. And again, I have to assess whether I'm gonna think about this or not, because I'm pretty sure. Let's check what's going on with well, nothing about them concluding their remarks, so that's not a good thing. And missing this trigger right here was probably not the best thing either. Damn it. I just happened to pick it up over here, and I thought, wait a minute, I just looked at that thing and it wasn't right. And then I see this. Yeah. It's all magic. All just magic. I was looking to wire that fund out of this account, and I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. And then that tricked me when threw me for a loop when I saw the damn system going over there. Well, well, okay, never mind. Well, Richard, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave it to you. I've now figured out how I just funded the new account with AMP. And I'm going to take my midday walk before I succumb to a nap. So far, not so good. Yeah, we finally got our A signal. Then we got a B. Then I missed the trigger. Would be scaled. Because don't forget, this is the VPOC, right? So what we're essentially getting out of here is a mean reversion trade. I mean, the only initial target I'd be looking for is this, and then anything above it is gravy. But that's not anything to write home about, I don't believe, and it's too late now. So yeah, there we go. I'm gonna leave it as it is. Get outside, get my 4 miles in, or whatever the hell I end up with. Yeah, okay. That's just goofy freaking day, but something I try to say every day, more than once. The most valuable piece of equipment you have in your trading office or your trading world is sitting on your side of the monitor. Stop and think about it. We spend hours and thousands of dollars buying equipment, stand-up desk, fancy 9 million K monitors, blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, your brain, your eyes, and by, extension, then your hands, interpret all of this data and make the decisions which affect your financial position. So, the thing you should take the most care of is you. Make sure you're well rested, make sure you're hydrated, make sure you're fit, make sure you're not emotional tilt, by some way or another. You didn't go out and get hammered last night and then come home and get in a giant fight with your significant other, and now here you're standing here all sleepy and hungover trying to trade, you know what I mean? That is not smart, cowboy. So, that's why I've undertaken, I do about a 12-mile deal every Sunday, but I've decided that now it's better to do a daily story, including the Sunday. So I do about 3 or 4 miles every day at the noon. Get outside, rest your eyes. One of the things that I want to point out here to all of us who are working on monitors and staring at these screens, your eyes, the short focus muscles in your eyes are constricted and contracted the hours that you stand here staring at the charts. And if you want to see what that's like, clench your fists as hard as you can and keep them that way for 2 hours and see what happens. What you need to do is get outside and take a break from the screens, get outside preferably, take a focus a long way down the street, the neighbor gal that's a couple houses down, whatever trips your trigger. But get out there and focus on something soft, focus a long way away. Hopefully it's a comfortable environment and you can get some UV and, some fresh air, natural light. That's hugely important. And that's probably one of the most important tools we have is our eyesight for trading. So that's what I'm doing every day. So every day around 12 to 1, I'm going to be out for my jaunt. So I'll leave everything up and running as is. No triggers on the world famous. Well, I'm sorry. Yes, there was a. We finally got an A. We got the B. And trigger, and I missed it. I was busy setting up the wire transfer. So, shoot me. There you go. And I will put it on the full screens here, but I don't think the backtest stuff is what anybody's interested in, I don't believe. But there you go. And I'll be back directly. Music looks like it died, so I'll put on put on another. Okay. And who knows how long they're going to be talking in the White House or in front of the cameras or whatever else. So I have no idea, but I'm not. It is not a target-rich environment for me today. That's epidemic sound, by the way. Always forget to have the monitors correct. I ended up finally purchasing just epidemic sound because I tried, this is a little FYI if you're streaming at all, I try those, no royalty, stream free, blah, blah, blah things that you see on YouTube, and I tried a couple of them, and each and every one of them got copyright strikes from YouTube. I would do them the way YouTube recommends, which is you set up a private, a stream that's not advertised or anything, and you just stream it for a period of time, like on the weekend or something with that music, and then shut it off and then let YouTube process it. I'll tell you if it's got a strike or not. And then you just delete it. It's not a problem at all. But I ended up having to just buy Epidemic Sound, and hopefully that'll continue to be okay. Well, boy, am I glad I missed that trigger, huh? What a dillweed. And we're coming up to 10 points here. All we got to get is 76, and that's the full two target risk neutrals package. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah, maybe not. Well, I guess missing that trigger is kind of gonna kind of be disappointing most of the day. That was quite the nice walk, however. Yeah, there we go. Boop. Or this one, this one, this one, or this one. Up she goes. Perfect. So, you know, signal's working perfect. It's the problems on this side of the shorts on this side of the this side of the monitor. Wow. Well, the context is holding clearly. I truly blew this right here by not being focused on trading. That was this trigger right here. Oh, that was this trigger right here. And up, the rest is history. Over here. And that is absolutely a perfect example of why I need to stay focused on my trading and stay out of, I was just on my next door on my desk to the left here doing a transfer and I missed that, And that's why I don't spend a lot of time in chat rooms and stuff. It's not anything personal. It's just I can't focus right. It's important to me to make a trade, not, be a star, I guess. I don't know what to say. But here we are. Okay, now let's see. That was a fun. I didn't look at how far I went today. I don't think very far. Let's check. No, only 3 miles. Oh, wussy boy. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I was out for a while. I don't know if I told you this, but it's so funny. Did I tell you about the serviceman from Texas, Italy? A guy from Texas is in the army or whatever in Italy, and with his family, and they're gonna have a baby, and it's gonna be their baby boy. So, so do you know what he does? He has Texas dirt UPS to Italy, so his son will be born over Texas soil. Now, absolutely the truth. That is. I bet you if you put 50 Texas people outside in the front yard, 48 of them would be nodding their head up and down like that was a good idea. It's the craziest. I mean, I don't mean him any harm, but everybody's flying a Texas flag and everybody's got bumper stickers and all. I've never seen such a devotion, yeah, pride or a devotion or something in my life. It's really strange. I mean, it's really, I guess it's nice, but I find it weird. I thought that was the craziest of them all, though. True story. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, but yeah. Anyway, so that was what I had to say. So how are you? The battery in your keyboard. Yeah, 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 exactly. You yeah. The battery. Oh, so it's a permanent built-in rechargeable battery. It's a built-in rechargeable battery. It's not something you could just easily access. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like to take the screen off, and I've got a couple of those kits myself, and then a shitload of little teeny weeny screwdrivers and funny looking star things and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's just, I mean, yeah, the old ones used to be built. My Dell workstation is 13 years old, and it's sitting here right now doing my email and everything else. Yeah, well, yeah, I got a problem with my Dell. I got to try. Yeah, doing updates and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, well, mine is still doing that too, and even with the broken screen. And the funny part is, well, I don't even know where it is now, but the funny part is, it would even start up and run even with the broken screen. I mean, like a hole in the screen. It was pretty funny. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't have anything to say other than I was just walking back from my afternoonly walk. Thought of that Texas guy, and I wanted to tell you about that because I thought I'd forgotten to. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's a jerk off asshole as far as I'm concerned. And the minute I see his name, okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is a funny dynamic that we have nowadays, but it's being fueled by the divide and conquer, right? That's the whole idea. Mis- Misdirection and divide and conquer. That's what it's all about. I don't listen to any of that stuff ever. None. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to breaking your shit. And I just got out of the shower now from my little walk. I'm gonna scurry up and scuffle up something to drink. And now I'm here. I just don't know who you're talking about. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I know, but I didn't use did. I don't know what account. I don't know if I have an account or something. I have no idea who you're talking about. You didn't say that. You said it's not Timu, but I don't know their name. I didn't catch it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yep. Not yet, but the mail guy hasn't shown around. I haven't. No, I haven't looked. I was going to look today. I just got back around, and here I am. All right. See, really? I thought it was aluminum, but maybe it's titanium. I don't know. Well, I'll be damned. I didn't know that, but yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, cool. I'll do that. Well, thanks a lot. I love you. Bye. Well, good afternoon. Again, some more. Still, whatever. I'm not sure what to do about this Wi-Fi thing, or this gateway. I'll have to look at that tonight between the sessions. Okay, so yeah, here we are. Stuck in the middle again, eh? It doesn't make any sense that we can be 70% of normal volume for this time. Well, I know what it is. It's the look back period because we've been trading way high. We've been way up in the 140s, 50s. So that's what it is. All right. And here we are in the, there's the world famous signal I missed. What a pleasure that would have been, eh? That's what I get for not focusing. And that's a about $700 mistake right there. My risk neutral package, let's go over that again quickly, is right there. This is the smallest risk neutral 2-lot package. 2 contracts, 12 tick stop. First take profit is 12 ticks. And then this for half of the package. And then we have the runner. So the point of that story is every one of those that goes to T1 and T2 is 60 ticks, and if you do the math, that's $750. Because I was busy doing something else right there. Now, is it disappointing? You bet. Do I feel FOMO and anger and revenge and all those things? Yeah, just like I said earlier in the monkey mind speech discussion. All that stuff has been wired into us, over thousands of years of evolution or development. You're never going to get rid of any of that, any of those emotional things. But what I feel, what my belief is, what you need to do, what I need to do, and is what I try to do, is be continually aware of those emotions and those feelings myself, and recognize them. There's FOMO. Well, it's like I did here. Don't act on it. That's the key to the monkey mind, I believe. Be an adult and don't act on them. So now we're in the world famous power hour, are we? We are. I don't even know where the hell I am anymore. This is 4 hours. I hope I've gotten all these right. This is such a pain in the butt when this thing isn't working. So let's take a run through the back test, shall we? This is my back test verification chart. These levels, this is, of course, the IB high. And there's an IB low down there too, I promise. These levels are the continuation zone, and these levels represent, or lines represent, the pullback zone. And these two little dotty boys here are the trigger zone. Now, I've built these custom indicators and these signal markers within the chart, and they accurately represent the levels and the signals that are in the trading system, but this doesn't connect in any way to this unless I send it to the chart. Then it does, but it doesn't right now. So when I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, here's an A and here's a B and there's a trigger, that's because this is where they should fire per these rules. In other words, this was just for me to visually confirm once again what I've coded up over here and make sure that this is firing when I expect it to and where I expect it to. Now, you notice that there are various signals out of sequence, and I'm not bothering to change those intentionally, because I need to change this too, by golly. I think that's the wrong color. See if that's better. I don't know. I don't know, maybe the darker A is better, not to confuse with the arrow. Anyway. And that's, I understand that that's happening, and I don't care, because I know very well I need to have an A, then I need to have a B, and then I need to have a trigger in no other sequence for a valid entry. And that is exactly what would happen and how it will happen in the backtest. So there's that. Now, what I've been doing lately, and it's worked out quite nicely, is taking these signals and just trading them manually in Bookmap. And you see what today would have been. Take that signal along, no heat, and away you go. Already high-ho silver. Heat, there would have been heat, I think. Let me just check. This would have had no heat. This one would have had 2 points of heat. These dotted, this trigger is just 1 point above or below the IB. So even if you got long there, you've only got 2 points, so that's still not a stop. That's for the manual verification of all of this. No, what's really what I found out the hard way by trying to do this all manually was that you got to have the patience of Job and live to be older than Methuselah if you're going to be able to do this accurately yourself manually and over a large enough data set that is statistically significant and well outside the boundaries of random distribution. So, for example, I can set up a trade. I can set up a backtest of 500 days. All these things being equal, and run the backtest. $707 trades over 493 days. 368 long, 339 short. 251 winners. Where'd this go? And 213 stops. The difference between the sum of these two, in other words, 464 trades, subtracted from 707, the balance there would be scratches, one win and one loss. So what I've done is, in order to try to figure all this out easily for myself, I created this little guy down here, and so let's make 707. And what do we have? 251. Ooh. 251 and 213. So there you are. There's 243 scratches, and what I do with the math I use for the scratches, there's one winner and one loser. So I divide by 2 and add them to the win rate, to the winners and the losers. Then you get an accurate win rate and loss rate, and from that, and you need those accurate values in order to calculate expectancy, because win rate by itself is a useless bunch of clickbait, but it is part of the formula to calculate expectancy. And there's the profit factor and the trades per day. There you have it. And if you want to be real, picky about things, you can go to this page of the report, and there's each and every trade, the date, the time, the entry type, the result of the exits, and the value. It could not be more accurate. And so that's how I vet trades now. And what's so great about that is I can do what ifs. What if I don't do a risk neutral scale? What if I just take everything off at 36 ticks or 24 ticks? I can easily do that, no problem. See how it works over the same data set. And then you can back test and forward test and optimize and many things that is probably not worth talking about here, but I'm quite encouraged by it. And here we have our world famous high time frame. The backtest signal's working. Oh, one other thing I forgot to mention about the backtest. These lines, the high, the continuation zone and the pullback zone for both IB high and IB low, I've included those code so they come across as levels here on the book map. They're continuation zone and there's the pullback zones in the same colors. So that trying to kind of give myself a heads up, Doesn't help when I'm looking at the other computer and with on my other desk over there, but these are two stand-up desks and an L, so yeah. Stupid. But hey, one of the great things about trading is, well, there's two great sayings that I like, both meaning the same thing essentially. There's no lost opportunity. There's only the next one. Another way of looking at that is it's just a continual stream of opportunities. It's like the joke in the T Lab is, well, what are you up to? I'm waiting for miss that bus. I'm waiting for the next bus. That's another way of looking at it. So things are coming together here. I'm still kind of, licking my wounds over that really disappointing outcome of Top Step. I'm still quite in shock about that, but it is what it is. They have some change of policy there with their yeah, anyway. So that's no more for me. After all these years, disappointing. And appreciate you stopping by. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe, drop something in the chat. Tell me where you are, what you're doing, who you are. Is this crazy? Is this great? Send money, all that stuff. All that internet guru stuff. I can do some rearview mirror trading for you here if you like, and sound like a wizard. It's important to remember now that that's the back testing. It's 2:15, 15, and I'll start do the daily recap at about the bottom of the hour here, and then we'll take it into the market on close and balance and the close. Remember that in case, just FYI, the stream is every day from 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, with the pre-market and setups and all those things, the statistics and everything, until 1500 each afternoon. So there you go. Oh man, I just realized I'm on mute. Son of a bitch. You can tell I'm a real influencer. I'm standing here talking to mute. And it's not like I got a lot of stuff to worry about. I just have these mixers right in front of me. Somehow I just missed that red light. I was talking about the fact that there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. And just price. The gradients here are graphic representation of the resting liquidity in the book. That's it, man. That's all she wrote. If the session prices are handy for you, let me know and I'll hook you up with them. Drop something, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat. I share these with a lot of people in the T-Lab and Static and wherever else. It's just a link that points to a Google Drive, and then it updates automatically. You can put it in Cloud Notes or in this indicator, or in an Excel sheet or whatever other trading. I don't know what other trading platforms any trading platform that can have a CSV file works, I guess. I've never done other things with them, but there a lot of other people have. So there you go. And let's see what's happening over here and see what's happening over here in the backtest trading system and backtest world. Again, my blunder of not taking the signal, the trigger. This is a trigger for a long. Oh my, what a terrible long. 30 handles or something. What is that? What have we got here? 68. Yeah, 20 handles about. That would have been snazzy. This is the ATR per 1 minute. This is the average volume, and where we are now, percentage. Harmonic rotations. If anybody can tell me how to use that thing better, I'd be happy to know. This is open interest. And the SPX. And this is a thing that just plots probabilities of different stuff I was working with. I also plot the micros if anybody cares about that, and push the session prices, etc. And this is for the micro, ES, and NQ. And of course, this is the world famous, drum roll please, market profile, Peter Stottlemyre. Yep. Oh boy, here we go around the final curve, headed for the home stretch. Or the homely stretch, one of the two. Okay. So the next major thing we're going to have happen, unless some random risk befalls us, will be the market on close and balance at 1450. Kind of do a bit of a recap here. Starting, I guess, first with the news. This is my oldest news source, and that's investing.com. Now, let me say that both of these things that I use are free. You can pay for them if you've got money burning a hole in your pocket, but you don't have to. I like this particular presentation here for making a quick screen snap and dropping it in a chat room or someplace like that. It's clear, concise, it's not some goofy color, easy to read. We can, and you can filter it however you want, time zone, what reports you want, whether you want 1, 2, or 3 stars, on and on and on. And here's what we're going to be looking at tomorrow. As long as this tomfoolery goes on in DC, we're not going to have any earth-shaking data. We are in earnings season, so that's important to know. There's earnings for the week. We kind of burned through most of the financials last week. Now we've got Netflix and GE and Coca-Cola. Several of them coming along. Tesla's on Wednesday. Ooh. Now, this is kind of interesting. This little half moon or quarter moon means they report after the bell on market close. And the little sun here is before the open at AT&T. But Wednesday is going to be Tesla and IBM. And what else we got floating along here? The way this report is sorted by market cap. So it's $1.48 trillion. Think about that for a minute. That's a lot, huh? So that's how it works. Now, this is some tomfoolery with Trump and the PM for Australia. Waxing eloquently, I'm sure. I'm nothing now. This is Financial Juice, which is my second news source, and it's got a similar calendar or docket over on the left, but it has more of a squawk box functionality here in the right panel, which I like. It's important to say with these news things and basically the stream in general that I have nothing political to say, but we are in an environment of unparalleled, unidentified critical risk potential. And it is due from the administration primarily. I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent or who you voted for. I don't care. But what I am saying is that if you're trading, you better be on a constant vigil to make sure you limit the exposure of your account to the market risk. Take only A+ trades setups, only vetted setups. Make sure you've got a bracket order in, and make sure that your stops and targets and all those order types are server side, not your computer side. The reason for that is we have no idea what may or may not happen at any point. Now, we know that the non-farm payroll has a very heightened risk, the highest risk of any of the reports. But we know that it's the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. So you know that it's scheduled, you can plan for it, you know very definitely how you can manage that risk or mitigate the risk by being flat. With the unrecognized huge risk potential that we have randomly, That's not the case. And if you think I'm kidding, this is Donald Trump's two-line tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning last Friday. Period. On his own social media, not on any kind of governmental thing or the press conference or anything. Just a tweet at 10 in the morning, unsubstantiated. By that I mean no backup documents or follow-on confirming reporting from any news sources. 227.75 handle sell-off in the S&P. If you got caught in that, that's, account ruining material right there. And so that's what I mean by make sure that you are on guard and only expose your account to the market risk as limitedly as you can, and keep your wits about you. Make sure you got bracket orders in. No, you're probably not going to get out at your stop. It's probably going to have slippage, but you're going to get out. So that's why I say that. And again, it's not political. I don't care at all. But I do care that that is a situation that I've never experienced before. And I was sitting trading, watching my screen, watching my TVs back in the days of when CNBC was a big deal, and I watched the airplanes fly into the trade centers on 911. So I've been around a few of them. But that was a one-off, thank God. But this is, fairly reoccurring. Bigger in April, and then minis along the way. I mean that's much. In my opinion, it's much more of a risk than say 911, because that was like a one-off and kind of a crazy thing that's never happened before or since. But this kind of thing can happen anytime, any day. It could happen right now. So there you are. Having said all of that, and I hope that warning sinks in, then tomorrow we don't have we got some earnings and we've got no real data out because we don't have the government spitting out the data. Here's an interesting fact, though, for you. Looking back at the last 8 or 9 government shutdowns of this type, each 100% of them, the market traded higher through each one of them. And the last long one was 34 days or something. That was in Trump 1.0. And again, the market, the S&P trades as all increases in value, trades higher, up and to the right in every market shutdown. So there's something for you to think about. Okay. Well, we're getting ready for that. Got about 10, 11 minutes for the MOCs. What else we got going on here? Pretty much went through this. Here's today. There's last Friday's hootenanny over here. And they haven't quite figured out what to do here yet. But here we are today with a gap and did not even remotely blink about closing that gap. If we get over here and scroll down here a little bit. There's the gap high. There's the gap low, and we never even got close to it. There's the open, I think. There you go. And this is an all-time high we're looking at up here from the 9th. So that's on the books, right? We got that to think about. Crazy. Okay, I got nothing much more important to say. I've gone through, I think, everything. I try to be as open and transparent as I possibly can on the stream and share everything. I have nothing to hide. I figure, there are millions of people trading right now, this second. Millions of traders. Do you think that a handful of us are going to have any impact on the market? If we all knew the secret trade sauce and we all took it exactly the same time, would we have any effect? I don't think so. So I'm not too worried about that. I think it's more important to share openly what I'm thinking and doing, and that's the point of it. Again, the monitors here on the video captures everything I'm looking at and that the market is doing, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I'm thinking. So there you go. I'm only trading at this moment. I'm only trading the initial balance trades, which I've gone over a lot earlier in the day, and I do every day. So tune in at 8 o'clock in the morning, get the pre-market, and then the open at 8:30. This is Central Standard Time, by the way. Notice that I share the entire monitor on the stream rather than just the application. That way anyone can see what applications or programs I have open. My hours, minutes, and seconds on the clock. Date ties back to Bookmap and IRT. Like I said, complete transparency and accountability. And that's the goal. And stop and think about it, This is my virtual trading journal, which I share, openly and freely. But who would I be trying to bullshit, Who would I be trying to trick? Me? Doesn't make any sense. I'm not trying to be an internet guru or get a bunch of, have a bunch of alternative things, or these guys that use 2 or 3 different accounts and do all this kind of stuff. It seems like if they just applied that effort and intelligence and work to trading, wouldn't that just be a better deal? But I guess not. But that's what I do. Every trade, any and every trade I take is completely transparent. And if you're not familiar with Bookmap, I can prove that. I'm trying to get the right screen snap here. Well, here is a trade from last week on the 28th. You see how Bookmap, there's the entry. There's a stop. There's T1. There's T2, just like we saw set up over there a minute ago when we looked at the multi-bracket order. The basic 2-lot risk neutral package. This is an IB continuation. So there's the entry. Don't touch anything. That's the way it works. This is the break even. So we achieved the T1 scale. It's now risk neutral. You can tell that by the fact that the break even line goes to the stop. And just sit back and watch her play out. And there we go to T2. 60 ticks. And there, that's. I can't think of a more transparent and this is in the stream. Go look at the stream, and you go look at what is it, 1300 or something like that. About 12:30 right there on the 28th, and that would be Well, you can do the math. If this is 12:30 and the stream starts at 8, that's 4.5 hours, right? So about 4.5 hours in ought to be where you're at. And that's it. No trades are taken off stream. I used to laugh at this fella that I would listen to when I lived in Kuala Lumpur for many, many, many years, 11 or 12 years. We just moved back to the States about 4 years ago. But I used to listen to a guy every day while I was working out because of the time difference. It was 12 hours different. And it was funny because he would always be, he had one of those relatively short streams. He'd start about 8:15 and trade for like 2 hours or something. And he'd be in the hole, some big lot, 2,500 grand down or something like that. And then miraculously, the next morning when he'd sign on, well, I got back online yesterday afternoon and I made all that back and then some, and I'm up $1,500. It's like, okay, dude, sure you did, or whatever. I mean, and maybe even if it was the truth, it sounded so hokey. I just, I guess I'm skeptical or something, but it just sounded hokey to me. So I made up my mind that I would never take any trade off stream. And when I first started a couple of years ago, or whenever this thing started up, I thought I would trade a stream for a couple hours, right? And I shut the stream off, and then I standing here in the desk, and here came a trade, and I thought, but I can't do that because it's not on the stream, and I couldn't get a new stream fired up quick enough. So I realized right then that the stream was going to be 7 hours every day. And it has been for a long time. Except for when I have a hiccup like today with the gateway. I'm not sure how or why that happened, but it's not good, whatever it is. Oh, 2.5 minutes to the market on close. Now they will show up here in the squawk. So we'll keep an eye open for them when that happens. Obviously nothing's going to happen here now. Thank you, Dillweed, for not taking a trade, paying attention. That's what happens. See, that's what happens when you don't stay focused on trading. Pretty simple. Would I be really much happier right now? Yeah, I would be. But hey, I know there'll be a next one pretty quick. And about 1.5 minutes. Oh, here we go. A couple of seconds there. 5 seconds. We're going to get the market on close. Now, of course, sure you realize that there's not going to be some instantaneous posting over here. It'll be a few seconds. But we can watch the reaction right here. And there's a bit of one, which is a little bit more than it has been lately. It used to be quite dramatic. But this isn't, but it used to be pretty dramatic. Wish there was a way to just set that so you could just click it like an IRT. All right, so here we go. These are the market on close imbalance orders. Very light today. S&P 500 is plus 86 million. NASDAQ 100 is the sell side. Buy side, 522 million. And the Dow is sell side 222 million, and Mag 7 is the buy side, 142 million. Now, last week we were getting numbers up here in 3 billion. Think about that. Think about 3 billion contracts at $12.50 a tick. There's a phenomenal amount of money involved in this game we play. That's for frickin' sure. Do I look busy? What do you need? All right, well, I can't imagine anything happening, and my daughter needs me to help her out with something here for homework, so I'm going to step away. I should be back in a couple of seconds, and if not, I'll be winding the stream off at about 1500, and please, thanks for coming by. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe if possible. It'd be great. And see you tomorrow, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Okay, so it's well past that. I had to help my daughter, and that's of course always the important thing to do. Have a great night. Get out and do something for yourself. Remember your health, your eyes. You are the most important tool you've got. And I'll be back at 0800 in the morning. Have a great evening, and